Yeah.
I don't know, she's here now, so.
Yeah. It's not him that gets them, I do. The other half.
So. All right.
Deal.
So I'm trying something new today. You guys let me know if you like it, dislike it. With the format. Yeah, I'm some redlining. But I wanna figure out what I wanna. What's the best way to do this, so we can do that.
So all together, put all
Yeah,
together.
all together.
Pile of papers tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. Where? I can pack it. All right. So first page, the only substance change there is instead of August 1st, September 1st. I feel like that's easier. You had mentioned earlier, Drew, about something else changing from human resource officer to superintendent. So I just made that change. I'm good either way. Doesn't matter to you, doesn't matter to me.
Taser was superintendent or doesn't.
Okay. Keep it there. Okay. Back page of that one. So this is the definition of eligible administrator to make it clear who can and cannot be grieved. As part of our conversation a couple weeks ago, head principals at each building, superintendent. No assistant principal, no administrative interns, assistant superintendent, deputy superintendents, that sort of thing. Also below that, I don't know why this doesn't show up in red. So confidentiality, section C, it's in bold, I don't know why up here, but same spot, section C.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to point that out because it didn't turn red. So previously, GCEA was run level two all on our own. And one of the things that we tried to do was all 7 members of that committee would come to the meeting fresh, having no previous knowledge of the grievance, written principal's response, stuff like that. And we realized that's not the case anymore because it's all mixed up. And so we're trying to see if like that can be a thing again. Next page here, just changing language to say eligible administrator instead of the principal at the building site. So eligible administrator allegedly committed the grievance at the building site. That's it. That's my change there. I changed the order of the grievance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the bottom there. Only because I have a new form that I would like to submit, and I'll show you guys that in just a second. backside of that page. This goes in terms of the forms here. But copies can be sent digitally or physically to the superintendent of schools and the grievance chair, once signed by the administrator. So that way, I mean, kind of catch the 21st century, I guess, there. Otherwise, the rest of that is just changing language from principal to administrator or chairman of the grievance committee to the grievance chair. Make sure that those are consistent throughout. And then finally, the last page, I'm again changing from principal to administrator. Putting time limits on the presentation by the grievant and the administration. Previously, that just said a presentation, as long as maybe once, I guess. One of the issues from the grievance this year is just it went so late, and we think it might become a problem in recruiting people to sit on it if they realize it's going to go till midnight. So putting some type of time limits on those. I'm not hard and fast on what those time limits look like, but some type of time limit. And then the order. So open statement, that doesn't change. 15-minute presentation by grievant, and then the administration gets 10 minutes to question. And then the grievance committee also gets time to question. And I didn't put a time limit on that because I feel like the committee should have as much time as they need. Then it's 15 minutes by administration, 10 minutes of questioning by the grievant, and then questioning by the grievance committee. But statement does not change. Yeah, I don't know if that's gone or because it's not an agreement here too. I'll check. Finally, on the last page, talking about objections. If there's something that happens during the process that we think is outside the scope of the language, we think either side should have an ability to be like, wait, that's not supposed to happen. So some kind of objection like that's outside of the language, that should not be allowed, that type of thing.
Who's gonna call the jump ball on that?
That's a very good question. Here, my language says the committee would make that decision, or the whole committee. Because I know that the chair, I mean, should not make the decision.
So are you gonna do like a majority rule kind of deal? Is that what you're thinking? Because I mean, I think that could come down to a 4-3 split a lot of the time,
It might, yeah.
depending on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you, I say deleted in closing statements, you can object in closing statements?
Including the introduction of new arguments in closing statement.
Yeah, it used to say, the previous one, the previous example I had in there was including the introduction of new arguments in closing statements. But I'm like, we should just say include the introduction of new arguments as like the example. Something that happens to make it more broad.
About some trial more than you can object in closing statements. Right? Was what?
I know a lot of green here.
Can't object in closing statements.
I mean, I watch a lot of Lodge.
But that's what you do.
So then this last page here, front and back. I believe, nope, hold on.
Kidding.
Nope, all right, what level do you have?
2.
2?
Drink the front side.
What do you got? 1. There we go, here's level 1.
Need level.
Here's level.
Level 1 bump under the back.
Yeah, I see that one little line there.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
He'll fix that, right? Did I already say that?
Well, when some of the red lines get deleted, if we do it.
That's true.
We have,
So those forms would replace the current forms in the negotiation agreement, which are just the cutout, try things. I think this provides a better, step-by-step checklist basically for everybody to fill out our agreement to be able to follow it and know what this next step is, including the note at the bottom and who to send it to.
And I have the all in one place, so I'm
So-
gonna go back.
What about the administrator's response? Or do you have another one for that one too?
I don't have a specific form for the administrator. I just only did one for the grievance. But if we want to create one for the administrator, I can do something similar. Well,
And so. So you're thinking like. This all gets filled out. And. Drew's the principal, he signs off at getting it. And then you can scan that and email that to.
both grievance chair and the super,
We would count that as, that would be
that would
their
be their
signature.
receipt. Yeah,
Or maybe do a raise receipt on it or
yeah,
something.
maybe that's a good idea. I'll jot that down actually. Receipt. Yep.
I think we need acknowledgement of their response. I think we do need that paper just to acknowledge that we have delivered the response for paper trail. Whether the administrative response.
Where they signed it.
Yeah,
What you were saying.
to acknowledge that, have a paper trail that the response was actually delivered.
So something similar and just have it signed. I mean, I can make a copy of it and do it.
Are you talking about the administrator's response?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. You know, but- So. Are you going to, one other thing you want to talk about the association?
Mhm.
Like the president would appoint a grievance chair, like it's been done in the past.
That is going to be the plan.
Okay. To the public. Has been done historically in the past.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I should point out, because I know that this was mentioned earlier, this does not include a administration being able to put someone as a co-chair on the committee. And I'll just tell you frankly, at first I was like, yeah, that seems like a good idea. And it makes sense. The issue that I'm running into, why I did not include it in this, is because the person that's gonna be the co-chair is very much more than likely gonna be the principal supervisors. And I'm concerned about that. So,
I think the big thing about the co-chair for us is having representation inside of when they have the discussion to answer questions.
and I think,
I mean, I think that goes back to, you know,
And there's nothing in here that says I can't be.
confidentiality, I think would say that you could not be there.
Now, what is, everybody leaves, it's only the
That-
committee left.
That's the part we have the problem. Is because the determiner of interpretation of the negotiated agreement was solely left to the grievance chair committee person from GCEA.
What do you mean?
So when there's a question on the interpretation of the negotiated
Like if the committee
agreement,
has a question,
if they have a question, the only person in there that
It's to
answer,
answer that
gets to
question.
answer that question. According to this, on the confidentiality of the interpretation you guys are saying, would be a GCA member.
be the grievance chair.
I guess I'm having a hard time picturing a scenario in which they're asking about an interpretation of the negotiated agreement where it's not the subject of the grievance.
It is, when you're sitting in there, there's going to be clarifying questions asked of the chair. The only side of the clarifying questions, the only answer from the chair is coming from the GCEA chairperson.
Would there be an opportunity for the administration to be available for those types of questions? Those clarifying questions, and then once deliberations happen, then step back out?
Part that I struggle with is I feel like if we're gonna do that, then the grievance chair needs to remove him or herself from the room at the same time as everybody else, and it should just be the 7 people. Kind of like you would if you had a jury, it should just be them and nobody.
Then if a question.
Then nobody's in
arises,
And
there.
then they come to the
Yeah,
If
door.
there's a
both
question,
come
then they
in.
both sit out there, and then if there's a question, then they both go in. I could get behind, I mean, what do you think? I could get behind something like that.
That's
I just-
an idea.
And I'm not saying, I don't want this to sound like, but I don't want there to be the misinterpretation that one side is gonna be able to slant their views.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We have different perspectives.
Yeah,
and they should
yeah,
both
and I think
be-
both perspectives need to be represented in that room, or no perspectives are represented in that room. And that was my pushback, and I understand last year when we had that grievance that we went through. Drew wasn't there, I sat with the principal and was helping in that process, and then Mike was on the other side. And then when we got done, I felt like I should stay in there because the grievance chair was in there, but I don't know what's being said, what's not being said. And that part is the part where I think both perspectives need to be either both people are there the whole time
Once there's
or
a,
nobody's there at all.
once, maybe we need to differentiate, like, right after the presentations, right after closing statements, the committee can ask any clarifying questions, and then we have a designated period. Okay, now it's deliberations. You guys are by yourselves. If you have a clarifying question, you need to come get us, type thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I can get behind
They would
that.
be available.
And I think both the side that's representing the union and the side that's representing the board would both go out and be wherever you guys, whoever's on that committee could find those individuals. Then they would both go in to make sure that.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a pin in that one, just because I'm gonna wanna talk about that a little bit. Is there anything else that we should discuss, or do you guys?
That's,
The members of the grievance committee shall not have prior knowledge of the grievance before the hearing. That's gonna be tough.
Well, not tough for us.
Not tough
Us
for us.
is real easy, but we have more to pick from, so I understand that.
Yeah,
So
I mean, what I would say, I just was jotting some notes down. Like there shall be no communication with members of the grievance committee prior to the grievance hearing.
No communication engine.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is like, because
If they already know stuff, they already know stuff.
yeah, I'll just be honest, like those grievance hearings, there's so much chatter in schools that the process does get
Money.
money.
And,
The easiest one for us is is always gonna be our outside person. Cause like our outside person this time, I- zero idea.
On
what-
the committee that I served on, I had no idea what I was walking into.
I mean, we really
I,
did
I didn't know.
some specific steps to make sure, like, if it was anything that affected could affect any building, we made sure not to pick members from that building. We picked someone from high school or whatever to make sure, like, we went through steps, but like I said, we know we have a lot more people to pick from than the 20 or so you can pick from. So I understand there's some logistical issues there. I think the key piece for us is if there is any prior knowledge had, that prior knowledge has to be then communicated to the other side as well. All members of the committee should have the same level of understanding once they get to the table. And I know that's also difficult to quantify, but
I mean, I see what you're saying. You don't want to go into the room
Yeah,
already with the decision, or not a decision necessarily, but an opinion.
yeah. So I don't know if you guys wanna,
we'll come.
It had like 6 pages. That wasn't very much to talk about.
well,
Just finding.
a few of the pages are literally just like language
Principles.
stuff, but I
Principles.
figured out my other on that. We will as soon as you guys feel like you're ready.
Are you guys done?
We'll go back here, for sure. Okay, so anyways.
Yeah, done?
Yeah. Alright,
10 minutes, good?
let's do 50.
15. So
40?
40. 40 it is. Oh.
Amy, they saved us a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Saved a lot of rice.
I was gonna go back and get more and I was like,
Yeah,
okay,
Jessica. All the rice you can eat.
all that.
Cause mine's hot.
Jessica, do you want a coffee, a blended coffee? It's a daydreamer, so it's a white mocha with,
Want to get it? for
I've
you?
never had it, but I'm not opposed to trying it.
I will also go get you any food.
Yeah, if you need more food.
No, this will be plenty. Thank you.
Thanks.
The.
I don't know.
Don't know. I'm being patient. Yeah, it's on. I didn't really see anybody turn it on.
Neither did I,
It's
but-
on.
It was on, so there we go. At least it's a clear version.
You need I could unplug mine for a little while. Mine's at 80%.
Oh, well then yes, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you so much. But yours was less than that. Well, I should have been more responsible today, but to be honest,
It's fine.
we were riding today and that usually requires me to be away from my chair for all moments of the day. I liked these little keychains. Did you ask Wendy if she made them? I need to ask her. I still think she made them.
Man, I saw who it was
I
from.
feel like someone had to have made them.
It was from a group and I figured out who it was because I looked at it, I'm like, oh, that's who made this.
These are really cool.
Cause it had a little extra thing on this. It's,
Which means they made them like through Hobby Lobby or something like that, with materials.
Yeah, it wasn't Whitney, but I'll have to look at it again and
That's
tell you if I can figure it out. We have PLC tomorrow or no?
I do not believe we do, and if we do, it would be a shock to me, so.
Okay.
From my understanding, it should be your gifted PLC. Unless they didn't cover anything, I know ESOL had a PLC today.
Mhm.
They were not.
About what they heard in PLC?
But I guess, so you know how the contract which has like, we have certain amount of time that can be taken from us?
Mhm.
But their PLC is inherently smaller since they do it during lunch,
Mhm.
so. I guess they would call it to do it. Which I think that's part of.
But they're also giving up their lunch, which is a negotiated time
They're
that,
choosing to, yeah. I guess I would prefer it during lunch. I know that sounds terrible. I would prefer it during lunch because I don't really eat lunch anyway, so it's just something I can get it over with.
contract and state law.
Well, actually,
You're
say
right.
we determined that that's not. There's a teacher loophole. We're not-
No, there is a state law, like the KNEA always would give us the law. And we used it during COVID because they were gonna make us have students eat lunch in our classrooms and we said no. Cause it's,
Yes, they cannot give you duty, but they do not have to give you a certain amount of time.
there's not an amount of time, but
Yeah.
the time that they give you, they can't
Yes.
make you do something in that
They
time.
can't make you do a duty.
Yeah.
But they can make you do other things. They don't have to give you, there's no amount of time. It's a grievance that was launched last year at Garfield. They don't have to give you a duty, meaning like you can't be responsible for walking students out and waiting for their parents.
Mhm.
But they also do not have to give you 20 minutes or 25 minutes. They could give you 5 minutes and you have to suffice with that lunch. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but like the established time they give you, like they have to give that to you.
Correct. Yes, but that's why some of our buildings have a 15-minute lunch and my some of them have a 25 and my some of them. Because there's not a designated time for teachers. It's literally a loophole. That's how they won their grievance last year. It's because they were given a 5-minute.
Yeah, well, whatever time they give you for lunch, according to state statute.
Yeah.
Anything that they give has to be voluntary and it has to be paid.
Yeah.
But our lunchtime is set in our contract.
No, it's not.
It doesn't, I swear in our contract it says you get 25 minutes of lunch.
The whole grievance issue that happened last year, right around this time, and it's why Garfield has the most undesirable schedule. Is he doing any activities at school, like clubs or sports?
No,
No. He's a reader though.
no.
No. We have, we have a book club, I'm actually trying. Let's see. If it
What?
goes through, I might ask you. Well, our book club for the high school,
Mhm.
I really would like them to use the NEA books, if that makes sense, the ones that are like designated. So I gotta talk Hillary into that, I'm working on it, I'm trying to talk her into it, yeah, there's some. It'd be nice if she would say yes, anyways, if we got the kids the books from the book list from the NEA, I think it would be fun to offer it up to teachers of the NEA to also get up there. Or to go during lunchtime. I mean, thought I had. I don't know if it's viable.
So in that book club, do they provide the books for you?
She does, yeah, the problem is the attendance currently is really low and my perception, and it could be just a perception, is the books that are being selected are kind of not on brand with what students interested in right now. If that makes sense.
And what books are they?
These ones I don't really think are popular. You're fine.
I
You lost something? Your brain?
I think I took my drink.
Oh. Your brain.
What books are popular right now?
Just like let's take for instance, like Legendborn came out 2 years ago, right, during the summer. But it didn't fall into the list until the next year, right? So like that's an example I can like immediately give. But say, are you thinking about the Coke that's right here on the floor? I'm so sorry. Who are you drinking it with? What's the name on it? So Hal's? Right. Same with Colleen Hoover, right? Like, so Colleen Hoover became popular like 4 years ago, but it took an additional 2 years before it even got onto the list. And so that's kind of my example is like, you gotta kind of keep up with like, I know that sounds terrible, the TikTok world and like what gets interested feedback from the kids. But I think a lot of the offerings on our NEI guide are really great. And I think if we offer them those, we could also make this big connection between like NEA members also joining the students. And I think that would be I like juvenile books, so it helps, but I also like ones that aren't like that. So it's kind of fun to.
If we got aspiring educators back too.
I'm working on that currently. Whitney is, it would be nice if we could get JQ to be a member.
He promised me next year he's gonna join us, but he told me,
Yeah,
he promised me that.
so I.
But also,
So we found out during our dinner. That we kind of had a faulty hole and that they kind of depleted the class, they didn't delete it, but. Because of the fact that Turpin left and Ron left, there was kind of a hole in that program, and then so Whitney and Jenny Hands kind of picked it up for the next year. But because they felt like they did a good job teaching, but not a great job recruiting, they kind of lost the people. But anyways, one of the winners, the sister was talking to the Olathe Educators Rising person, and then she came up to me and was like, why don't you guys have it anymore? And I was like, oh, I think there's kind of just like, mishap sometimes. So we're doing our best. It might require us to have like the last minute, like a kumbaya meeting at the end of the year with kids to see which ones we can get. But currently, in order, like the way that our handbook goes, they would have to take like this level 2 class. If so,
they have somebody teaching the education classes now, or?
the prior ones, but not the application one, which is where Educator Rising. So Educator Rising's with the application level class.
Cause I thought that Ms. Turpin, when she did it like just as a club outside of school.
Yes and no, but she recruited from those classes.
Yeah.
So, the only classes that are being offered right now are just the level 1 and level 2 child development, not
Uh-huh.
necessarily the teacher class, and no one's registered to this right now.
Okay.
But so there's an ability for 8 people currently that are taking like level 2 to be in those classes. And then additionally, we can create a section where like freshmen can like do the outside club part. But we're actually trying to make sure that like we can do it. We're working on it. So I hope by Friday we can answer and then it's possible next Monday or Tuesday we're gonna have to scribble to get it. But what brought it up was Elazar's sister was talking to Sherry. She wanted to be a teacher. And she's a freshman. She's not in anything. So it's like, no, we don't want that to happen.
Because they want the freshmen to join an activity. Right?
Yeah. Well, and it should be a pathway, right? It should be a viable pathway.
Well, I think Ms. Turpin,
She did a great job with it.
she steered all of her students who took like
Yeah.
that beginning.
Yeah.
And they took that, I think, the first year, and then
And then
she
she got them.
steered them either into her early childhood or
Sure,
the teaching
yeah.
class.
So, we're hoping to get it back.
Is Mr. Kiliko gonna teach that, or
Is who?
Mr. Kiliko gonna teach?
He would be the one that would, yeah, but it'd be nice if he was a member, because if not, then we need to pair him with a member. That wouldn't necessarily be paid by the district, then. The district only has the one stipend, so they would either. split the
Ms.
stipend-
Turpin had a teacher who did it with her.
So they split the stipend.
I don't know if they split it or not. I don't know. What's his name? The math teacher in the freshman academy.
Yeah.
Oh, well, they're not back, but. They're doing the same thing we are. They're talking about grievance and about salary.
But you guys just.
They absolutely are.
That's why I was like, no, let's take 15. Like, we're gonna talk to Amy. Golly, it's freezing in here.
It's so good.
They forgot to shut that off.
So good. It feels so good.
Yeah, I'd rather be cold.
Compared to last weekend.
Just a
that
minute.
awful-
Wait, where am I? Wait. It's very
we're
cold in
gonna
here. I have a sweatshirt in my car. I'm really tempted to go get.
Or wherever you.
In that exact
Did you go back?
Hold this on. This is my. It's like on top.
Yeah.
But if Mr. Kiliko did do it, it would be another reason for him to
This
start.
goes to 30.
They got
And if he
15.
gets
We wanted 15.
Yeah.
And then they.
Still not bad.
whatever.
We knew it's like this, like, we're gonna talk to Amy, like, we need more of this.
It will always go. over.
Time management is,
Trying to hide.
Yeah,
Their management is, are we muted? It's set to 72. It's actually 70 degrees.
And to be honest. with you,
It says we are. I looked.
well,
But this is green up here, so I don't know.
it's a whole new world, so you want it there.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have it, you have to have the gun stored separate from the ammunition, and the ammunition has to be in a locked box.
And a locked
Is-
box.
Yeah, or a glove box or something.
Was Maxwell moving out of Colorado?
They moved 75% of their factory to Tennessee. They kept their headquarters there, but they moved the manufacturing to Tennessee.
You're one of those.
No, I
This one too.
just tried to make everybody happy.
Girl, you be having these older.
I'll be back.
Rest.
It was just on and I turned it to auto.
You don't have to do
So
it.
it should start.
That's what
That's what I thought.
No circumstance.
All, but I think there's things that help. That map changes all the time, but depending on who's it done. What station.
And she is really good.
Most of the time, most of it.
I don't feel like I need.
Does that also mean that you're?
I just think-
Yeah.
All special.
No.
Vigilance.
You know, it's more like
Live your
something
life.
happening at the grocery store than when you travel, but I get it.
Cops are a lot closer though when I'm at the grocery store.
You're no, I know, you're
I
very.
don't still take my card, so I always dismiss it. It's only
Alright.
flexible to me.
I don't know.
For me twice.
So the answer to that was yes.
You just can't make it.
Dana. She would say.
Are you connected?
At least Jessica will know she's irreplaceable.
No, but.
Okay, so I'll just one page through.
Yeah.
Okay. Here, that's your guys's.
Thanks.
Okay. This isn't even the right stuff. Mine's workplace injury, this is all stuff that we did.
Do you guys coordinate?
Sorry, guys. I got too many papers, they're starting to blend together here. All right, so. Where are we putting this?
Can I just go? So the first one, is kind of the verbiage on the conversation with co-chair. Instead of going co-chair, just neither, I think it would go underneath, grievance committee deliberations. Probably,
Like a rule.
yeah, just neither the grievance chair nor the USD 457 representative will be present during the committee's deliberation unless specifically requested by the grievance committee. If requested, both individuals must be present during those deliberations. And then the next two were on the confidentiality, section C. I should have just emailed this to you, Levi, I apologize. So the grievance proceedings, including the identity of the grievant, and details of the grievance shall remain confidential with the exception of those individuals who may be called to testify. And obviously, we didn't realize until we went and read the details, but you guys addressed the witness thing.
Yeah.
So we want to keep the idea of witnesses. We think that because we were actually going to propose time limits on the questioning.
piece of it. We think the time limits that you guys have put, it does limit the amount of time that a witness can be called. So if the presentation is only for 15 minutes, as a principal, the witness better be really, really important to the point that that principal is trying to make. Otherwise, they're gonna waste their 15 minutes with a witness, as opposed to.
It's another thing that did not show in red. That's why I didn't see, catch it, I'm sorry.
No, we caught it. So that would be our reasoning behind the witness, because either way, we were gonna propose the same thing, because we don't like the length of it either, especially for individuals that we have to call in from our rep on the committee when it's an outside person. She was great. She was awesome, but she had to sit there for 4 hours.
Yeah.
You know, and we don't want that either.
The only question I have about witnesses is, are we opening these witnesses up to cross then?
I think so. Yeah, I think during that questioning by, the questioning piece, I think you can.
But I think that, with that said, I think that needs to be in the, like if we bring the witness, it wouldn't be in our 15-minute time, it would be in the 10-minute time that you all would have, and the same thing would be for us.
If we're at for
Yeah.
cross-examination.
Yeah.
Okay, explain that.
You guys added portions of the grievance that are valid. Our discussion is the grievance is either valid or not valid. It's either a valid grievance or it's an invalid grievance. We either did something that violated the negotiated agreement or we didn't. And that's the determination that the committee has to make. So that's why we don't like that portion of it. And then we just said, obviously the witness is permitted, and then just adding, the only other thing we would change is just adding that paperwork for the administrative response.
So the portions of the grievance is valid. You were saying it would be up to the committee, let's say that 90% of it, they feel reads the negotiated agreement correctly, that is within the scope of the grievance committee, but then 10% of it is either outside the scope of the grievance or outside the scope of the committee. That would be up to the committee to decide whether that's fully valid or not valid.
That's the way a grievance has always been, is it valid or not valid? That's where I'm struggling with, like partial validity.
I'm gonna give
Like,
you,
give me an example.
I will. So the only one I sat on, there were, the grievance stated pay for all employees for a particular violation of the negotiated agreement that this negotiated agreement applied to. As the committee, we said, no, that is not the grievance process. Only the people that signed get paid. And so we found that part to be not valid, but the other part was valid.
Agreed. The one that I sat on had multiple parts to it. Some were valid, some were not.
Then how does a committee make a ruling then that their grievance is sustained or not? If you.
I mean,
You talk about the parts that are valid.
frankly, that's how we responded, is we found this valid, this part not valid.
We didn't talk about that. We didn't vote on that. We didn't come to a decision on the ones that were not valid.
Involved in, then it's either valid. or
I
not.
know the one that you're talking about, that was a couple years ago. I think,
But let me throw
I
some
mean-
out. You're right, because in internal affairs, now we have, one of the outcomes is it's either sustained or not, or violation not based upon complaint, which means we found other things wrong during the hearing. So there's some validity. I get what you're saying, but then
I
the
just-
chief then makes that
It makes it
decision.
really difficult to either valid or not valid, because then the burden of proof is 100%. You better not get a damn thing wrong. And if you do, it's just not valid. Like, that doesn't seem true to the process, I guess.
so I guess for me, I think I think it's an interpretation. So like the grievance that you gave an example for, to me, it specifically says that you have to sign, right?
Yeah,
And so if those people didn't sign, they wouldn't be. And so I think it was a valid grievance for the people that actually grieved. The other people that were, that the grievance was representing were not, they didn't have their signatures there to request that representation.
yeah,
So he's only representing the individuals that actually signed off on that.
yeah.
And so that was a valid grievance to me, that was 100% valid grievance. I think that just gets thrown out because it's not, it doesn't fall within the bounds of the actual
But the
grievance.
original statement of grievance on that one specifically said all teachers this affected. So like, I mean, according to this language, that's not valid. So, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I just feel like that means the whole thing's not valid. And leaving it up to interpretation is, I prefer not to do that.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I just. That's.
We can come back to that, because we wanted to, talk about a couple of things too. So first, we think that, I'm already working on the administrator's responsibility, that's fine, put it in there. I just did it because I was thinking from our side, what do we have to do?
Right.
The grievance chair, we think there should be some delineation of duties and like what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do. Because like, you're not supposed to interpret language at all for the committee. And that, if that's happened in the past, that's a problem, right? Like, that's not supposed to happen. Grievance chair is only there to answer about the hearing process itself and make sure the hearing process is followed. They're not supposed to
Well, and I
provide an
think,
opinion and stuff like that. So I think that's part of it.
I think that's part of the rub though, Levi, honestly, ever since we've changed the grievance procedure, we've only had one.
But yeah.
And I don't know what was said or what wasn't said because I wasn't allowed to be in there. None of us know. And so I think that's the part that is uncomfortable for us, you know.
So I think some delineation of that maybe can help with that.
How many administrators are you on?
And I guess it has to do with the confidentiality. So do you think we do the confidentiality again? With the exception of those individuals who may be called upon to testify.
Well, they would still be held to confidentiality, it's just.
Obviously,
The
confidentiality.
confidentiality of the hearing is obviously not gonna be solely with those members of the committee once somebody's called to testify.
Okay, so do you guys think that it is feasible to have members of the grievance committee that will not have prior knowledge?
We, didn't we change that? Though, on that, we said there shall be no communication with members of the group.
Oh, so that would be,
Yeah, that's that second part. There shall be no communication with members of the grievance committee prior to the grievance hearing. All documents relating to the grievance must be shared with all committee members at the same time to ensure equal access to the information
so those documents, you're saying in that language, those documents provided at the beginning of like the hearing,
at the beginning of the hearing.
not prior?
And I would assume that each site's gonna have whatever documentations they're gonna present, and that would be their responsibility to hand those out. Yeah, nobody would see that until that time.
There's- You guys have any other things you want to discuss, I guess? Oh, I guess I talked about defining the roles. What we wanted to say about the roles was, or the role of the grievance chair is. Oh, I have my notes here. The duties of the grievance chair include facilitation of the grievance hearing process as defined herein. Grievance chair may not comment to the committee on the facts or interpretations of the grievance or of contract language. What we would like to delineate of the grievance chair's duties.
Can you read that again?
Yeah, the duties of the grievance chair include facilitation of the grievance hearing process as defined herein. Grievance chair may not comment to the committee on the facts or interpretations of the grievance or of contract language. So, I mean,
So what's the need for them in the deliberation of that?
Procedural questions.
procedural questions, we're making sure that their decisions is focusing on what they're allowed to make the decisions on and not hearsay or anything like that.
So are you saying defining that and allowing and coming in and out or staying in the whole time?
Within that, the delineation, staying in the whole time was our thought process, maybe to control some of the uncomfort there.
I mean, it's still it still goes back to kind of the issue we have with it. It's not that we don't, I mean,
The only thing I would say is like, if a GCA or the grievance chair does something untoward in that committee, you do have people there who are gonna be able to tell you guys,
yeah,
right? Like, it's not like it's just us.
assuming they know it as well as we know. I mean, that's, I mean, you
I
know,
guess-
Andrew Lee's a smart guy, he'll pick it up real quick.
So I guess for me, what is the apprehension there? Yeah, what's the rub that you guys see from, and obviously, to me, our person's not really gonna talk unless there's a need to. They would just go in and out, or they would sit there and be a fly on the wall.
The apprehension stems from a little bit of the confidentiality thing. If there's prior knowledge of things and they bring in evidence in those deliberations that they're really not supposed to have or not, that have not been discussed in that hearing, that is an issue, right? Like, we can't have committee members there using outside knowledge to sway everybody else at the table. And so that's a little bit of our apprehension, and removing removing the grievance chair from the room during the deliberations. The grievance chair during deliberation should not be speaking unless one of those
Right.
things crop up. So that's a little bit of our apprehension there. It's like, removing both, I think, makes sense, but I'm just a little concerned about what's being deliberated if it's not part of.
what's being said in there,
Yeah.
because you don't know what's being said in there.
No.
Very good, Drew.
That's where we're at with
Yeah,
it, I get what you're saying, 100%, 1,000%. We're just saying the same thing.
We just talk about like that. It's just
What
a
is
weird
that? Like,
balance of power thing, you know, like. The GCA members were all, none of us answered to each other.
Principals answer to the.
Yeah, but the balance of power may be in your direction during those deliberations, because that fourth person may be appointed by the GCA.
I don't think we're ever gonna have a single principal vote our way, ever.
And I would say we don't feel like we'll ever get a single GCA.
You just got one, 6-1. 6-1. Because
What is that?
Because the teachers don't answer to me. I'm gonna be the president next year. They don't answer me. I answer to them. They elect me. The principals answer to you guys, right? And so the balance hours is an issue. Now, we only agree, and I could be entirely wrong.
I would say the reason it went that direction because it was based on the standing argument. I mean, and you guys can disagree, but I think we're
don't
making
know.
assumptions that it's about.
You know what? I actually don't know. You know why? Because
Especially-
I knew nothing about the grievance. I don't.
So that's what,
We're just thinking like if I was sitting there and my boss was also sitting there watching me discuss with everybody else, like that gives like that. Like you maybe can't just say what you really think to sort of feel within the committee. Do you know what I'm saying? They're like, if they're really deliberating, they should be able to speak freely with each other about the process, about the grievance.
Then you have to go to the other end of the spectrum and yes, so they both have to be. You know what I mean? Then that you do away with that concern is gone, but now you have the concern of, I don't know what they're talking about, you know?
We'll talk about it.
Which I would say, you know, look. I know this isn't a court of law by any means. I get that, but jury members go in, they close the door and nobody goes in until they say we've reached a decision, you know, kind of thing, so.
August?
Yeah.
How long? 10.
Damn it.
pulling this computer up because I know what else is on.
Actually, that's a skill I do not have, and by I do not have, I don't wanna have it, so I don't wanna learn it.
That was kind of a confuddled sentence there.
She knew I was.
And there definitely are still things to learn that make your life worse.
Yeah, so that's good. No, we get paid tomorrow.
It's actually Thursday. No, it's Thursday.
I know, so I was like, we get paid tomorrow, you just said.
That ESL stipends.
After living through the 35 days or 28-day paychecks?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Those are such a nightmare.
Never zero, and I was making like $5 an hour.
When I first started teaching, we got paid on the 27th month.
27.
And then if you went on vacation, like Christmas break, you got paid the last day before break, so December 18th. And you didn't get paid again until January 27th.
Through the holidays?
Through the
That's-
holidays, yeah.
that's-
It was
With-
brutal.
That's.
It was horrible, wasn't it, Russ?
Yeah, that's.
It was terrible.
Oh.
January was like the miserable.
Yeah.
And somebody.
And my birthday was January 21st, so I never had
Somebody.
it.
Is that what
Take
happened?
pictures of what you're gonna get when we get
Because
paid.
for years, we were all like, please pay us on the 15th. It
Yeah,
was just like, never went anywhere.
yeah, I don't think you can exceed it. I think it's like a 30-some day period without paying.
Without
it.
any.
I can't remember what.
Well, we were coming to. I got paid on the 1st and 15th of the job that I had before we moved down there. I got paid. So, I had a budget for 1 month. I went there for about 3 years.
Oh, yeah, interesting.
They didn't teach you that in high school?
I mean, they probably tried, was he listening?
Levi?
Right, what, was that just me, probably me to?
Yeah. I was hoping to sit at the back table.
So, we were thinking,
Back in the days.
we'll allow the administrative observer, grievance chair, and administrator to remove themselves from deliberation. However, we would like. No witnesses. And the reason for that is because witnesses are again often beholden to the administration. We're appointed of some kind.
You mean no witness during the process?
Correct.
I thought I was thinking at the end, a witness when they come in for deliberation.
Oh, no. Yeah, I see this.
Yeah.
No witnesses during the presentation.
So,
I mean, frankly, here's the thing, like, our person does not have subpoena power. You guys kind of do.
I see what you're saying.
Whoever's reading, we can't. We're beholden to the goodwill of others to come and potentially testify against the administration. Like, that's really difficult. Plus, whoever is going to be our witness for us, most likely, most of the time, is going to be a person that's gonna be on the agreement. Right, if it happened, like say during a meeting, some type of violation of negotiated agreement. Other certified employees at the stable are also grievance, they're not gonna be witnesses, because we're not gonna have that quote unquote unbiased person that we can call on to be a witness.
So you're good with all of our other recommendations.
Yeah, we would like to add rules for the committee. As part of the removal of the grievance chair from the deliberations. Something just saying, I don't have the exact language, but no discussion of prior knowledge or any evidence outside the scope of the hearing may be discussed during the deliberation. Put that as a rule for the committee, that sort of thing to take care of our concerns on that end. And yeah, Yeah, well, I guess we didn't come to an agreement on the, either portion of the balance, if it's valid
Or not that one.
or not valid or not. Every other,
No,
all the other
number three.
communities.
So like with that language, what at the. Kind of at the bottom of.
Committee,
Of the
probably.
level two, with the committee.
Yeah,
Stuff like the ground rules.
where it says like grievance committee deliberations shall give current considerations to something, right,
And-
like neither,
And there's
where
like
you
a
guys
statement
have.
that we would like, that the grievance chair would read before.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. So kind of maybe right beneath, neither grievance chair nor the board representative, we present during the committee's deliberations unless specifically requested by the grievance committee. Requested both individuals must be present in the deliberations. And then like a statement to read, the grievance chair will read. Forty-five?
No, back at 45.
Go back.
See you in 10.
Can you imagine if this thing?
I know, it goes. I'm not that good a shot anyway. Well, there you
Lime, shortbread.
It's good.
Thing.
I made something in the trash yesterday.
Okay.
Sweet, sweet tarts.
So here's where we're at, so. We're gonna throw a little fly in the ointment here.
Oh.
So we will agree to no witnesses, provided that we take the language out. That says that each side picks the at-will person. And instead, we pick 3 people that both sides have to agree to those 3 names. For the year. So it's more of a neutral individual.
Can I say that one more time?
So right now, it's on a rotation, so. You guys have your 3 names. And administration has their 3 names, and we go back and forth between those 3 people. So we would do away with that. The superintendent, his designee, and the association president would sit down and identify 3 people. And schedule them by September 1st to serve as the neutral person.
But you're just starting a
It-
second negotiation.
Everything else is good.
I think that would be just, like Levi, if you're president next year, you or your designee would sit down with. More than likely, I'm gonna make sure to do that. And. And then, those individuals would figure out those 3 people in the community that you want to serve in that role.
I think we should make it a non-odd number. Like my first thoughts. I just think odd is gonna throw a wrench into it. 'Cause I might feel a little bit less good about this person than you do, so maybe 4.
I can get behind that too. You good with that? 3.25.
Hey, Jack Morris.
Now officially contributed to this.
I'm gonna just give it to you.
How's everybody else?
I think that.
How difficult was it for everybody to find 3 for each side in the first place?
Wasn't super difficult for us. It might be more difficult to find someone that. you can agree on. But I guess that's a bridge we can cross when we get there.
Big challenge for the new president of
Eventually, you'll have to-
GCA.
Yeah.
Alright.
Next year.
Let's pull up a list of all citizens of Garden City.
Put them all in a randomizer and start hitting buttons.
Put it on a wheel.
All right. Well, I need to add this all up into our thing
I
here.
had to have you. It's really good.
You all shoved that Jessica like.
You know you wanna try it. It has fruit in it.
We noticed.
That's why I did it.
And even fruit doesn't count
Lime
as
zest.
sugar.
Decided
That's
we're
highly
not
fruit.
count as
Fruit.
Yeah, I count it.
That does not count as fruit.
When I eat a cheeseburger, I count that I eat vegetables because there's tomatoes from the ketchup.
Ketchup, just the ketchup, you have 2 pickles, just the ketchup.
It's really good.
What do you think's gonna happen to me once we get through with this? Taking a nap, watching it on YouTube.
Relegated to. You get that bike here, we'll just go for a ride.
What's that?
You get that bike here, we'll just take off.
I know. I was supposed to go this weekend too, and that didn't happen.
I do have a racket.
A bike, like on a bicycle?
No.
won't go
I
those two.
studied abroad in the Netherlands right before I
Only able to
graduated.
get
My
things
first job was
together.
here,
Yeah.
right, with my teaching
We had
degree.
a boy instead of.
That's not everything.
Everything's so close now, bike it
Horse
for
was
free
great.
class,
Another one.
and then the wind. Sometimes you're biking and you're like not moving. Like, you're pedaling as far as I can. And it like.
That horse was no agreement.
It's like, we learned, I was like, okay, this is not the same. It's
Yeah,
another.
good with everything.
I gave up pretty quick. In Michigan, where I was like, it'd be nice if it wasn't for the humidity. Here, it's always, be nice if it wasn't for the.
And, yeah, I always tell people that come, I said, there's a reason our baseball team is
Yeah.
named Garden City Wind.
Oh, yeah, so I was just thinking, like, it was an appropriately chosen name.
Partial grievance. It's still a grievance. So that's my interpretation of that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Welcome. Amber, you done?
No, I'm still at it.
You guys don't. You're gonna do this too, right?
I'm not a very key line person.
Key lime. I have a recipe for key lime cheesecake. Now that is good stuff.
He loves cheesecake, he loves key lime.
That's my stress relief in the summer, in the winter time when I can't go fishing. I bake.
There she is.
We're gonna get paid tomorrow, or Thursday.
Well, I was gonna say, she said it.
I approve your
I really got
disagreement.
into baking cheesecakes.
Thursday.
Always.
I'll get paid tomorrow. I have USAA. It always goes in early.
Alright,
Nice.
You just posted. I
so
always get it a day early. I get it a day early from Dylan's
We
too.
did it.
want to vote on the tentative agreement and then have us bring language, encompassing all that next week. Vote on the language. Because that is a lot of changes, so I think it's gonna take more than we wanna spend here doing all the language changes at the table.
You wanna just get all the language changes and vote on it all at once?
Yeah, all of that, yeah.
We were thinking about adding something about if the grievance is found invalid, the grievant has to reimburse the district.
Done.
All right, so we're done for the meeting.
At that point.
Oh, you're going on. Please switch out.
Was the icon.
Thank you, Linda.
All in favor of hiring Heidi, the new dessert.
Shortbread.
It's
So good.
It's a pan full of deliciousness.
There's like almost no sugar in it.
Heidi
Almost no sugar.
Berg, Heidi Berg made it.
Relative to if you were eating a bag of sugar versus almost none. Any other
I mean, if that's what we're comparing.
That's what I'm saying, so it depends on.
Then one more, I just took the last one, do you want it?
That's great.
I've got some water in my office. It's not cold.
Actually, that'd be great. Yeah.
I remember the last time I just sat
It's
and
not
drank water.
It's not cold.
I actually like room ten. Stirred up something in the morning.
Oh, I actually do.
Okay.
Yes, for the last, I don't know how many days, like coffee and a soda, all day. Coffee and soda. So this is the first just straight water, I think I've had like. Yeah.
Literally says butthole. Because Butthole Brigade is his founding member.
That's fine.
The assistant coach's like group chat is also called Butthole Brigade.
Yep, notes all.
No one.
Just because they've organized it.
Have my notes.
You like your secretary.
Literally.
I think they know.
I think it's-
I did.
She liked, apparently she liked room temperature water. I'm choosing to believe it.
Hey, do I not, it's just in a drawer in my.
I like room temperature, Bob.
No, I did do that one.
I have to drink my room temperature water and then I got a water cooler. I just fill my bottles of water.
Did Wolverine open this or?
What? Yes, I was very hungry. It looks like it should just pull open when I pulled it. Just ripped. Yeah, it was me. Sorry, my muscles get out of
Wasn't a
control.
Wolverine, it was just crazy.
Don't get between me and
Like
food.
find scissors? In the future or what?
We'll leave them out there.
It looks like it was.
Maybe don't leave sharp objects. Alright, where we at?
Bingo.
Oh.
Are you guys ready?
So Amy and I went through everything, like just honestly, two different ways of looking at it with two different data sets, neither wrong, neither perfect. It's just getting comfortable with the difference, I guess. Is that fair, Amy?
I am still like the difference that exists is like sizable enough to me to be like, that's like a big amount relative to other stuff, right? And I would feel better about it if I knew where the, like, there are a lot of variables on that kind of stuff. I think that some of that stuff is like at least theoretically. I talk to my kids sometimes about like random error versus like systematic error, right? In terms of like, we're making like measurements of stuff. Where like sometimes you make an error and it's relatively equally likely to make that error in both directions, and things kind of just like, it sort of works itself out, right? Versus like systematic error, my measuring implement is shorter than it's supposed to be. You're always gonna make like a big measurement. Like, there is some, and I agree that there are some things that are gonna happen in that are gonna contribute to some amount of like systematic error in that. It still feels like a lot, and I don't know why, like where that comes from, which makes me just kind of be like, now I don't really know what to do about it, right? If that makes sense.
Cause your steps, like your calculation says that steps only is how much?
So
To give them an idea.
when I go, okay, so one thing that I did is I took the, like FTE, like who's where on what steps, and like, basically just pulled everybody back a year, right? So if you were on step 0 on that, you can't move back up a year because then you just stay on step 0. But I rolled everybody back a year like manually to do that. And I was thinking, when I'm doing that, I'm thinking like, okay, that's gonna mean that all these people at the bottom who are like bottomed out, like this is going to be a big estimate because they're gonna get their step at this estimate, right? So like I'm aware doing that there's an amount of like systematic error in that direction of my estimates. It seems like it should be big relative to whatever else, right? And when I do that and I just do steps, I get, and then I added a 20% buffer to this for things like taxes, whatever. Like my counts on stuff are not perfect. I'm sure that my counts on supplementals aren't perfect. I get $680,054.
And when I do it this way, it's 910.77. So we're looking at a difference of 230,000. So the differences are gonna be that I have the knowledge of people that have been hired since the data set she has. Somebody, and then I also have the information of who's left and who Drew has hired. So like, that's a lot of it. I also have the knowledge of who moved across columns at semester. Because like the data set that she has, she's just using it from right now back. So that's what we talked about, like those are gonna be the differences. It's just you guys getting comfortable with $230,000 difference in the different calculations, or us trying to figure out how we can close that gap. And we also talked about, like, in the grand scheme of things, 230,000 into like the 33,580,000 that is only like a 0.7% difference. So that's not very big, but if you look at it in just the steps, it is a bigger percent. So it's just how we come together on that.
I mean, I think that there's lots of, because like, I think that on these types of calculations, there are always like error bars, right? When I'm like making this thing, it's like, okay, this is like, you know, trying to make the best estimate that you can make of stuff. Which is not always perfect. But I also think like the place where I get stuck a little bit is like when you're thinking about like how big that difference is, like comparing to other things. A place where I get stuck a little bit also is like taking that difference and comparing it to the I think in your proposal last time, it was like $2.4 million, right, of like the new lit, right? And that starts to feel like a fairly like significant, like a sizable error compared to other things, like compared to other quantities that you're trying to figure out.
And another difference that is probably more accurate on Amy's data than mine is that when I had my gal help me move steps up, I feel like she moved all the long-term sub up to like from an A0 to an A1. The only way that's gonna happen is if, you know, now that we allow years of experience, if that happens. But it could make them go from an A0 to an A4 too. So there's variation there too. So there's just, like I said, it's just all of those different things that are playing into this 230,000, basically.
How much did you say our proposal last time cost? Jessica, do you remember at the end?
Let's see. I'll be honest, I haven't even thought about negotiations since the last. Thing, graduation, payroll, did you give us a paper?
I did. I also emailed you and Josh.
Probably to Josh, and he didn't give it to me, so I'll apologize for Josh.
I will go email it to you. Probably not.
And then the other thing I did want to point out that kind of plays into this is, so like our proposal is 2.54 or 2.45 million. That's with 5 positions closing. Drew thinks that like we're probably gonna have to add 2 of those back. So that's gonna eat up like over 100,000 right there that we were kind of counting on to give you guys. But again, it doesn't, like, that's just not new money we're gonna have available, but we're not gonna retract our proposal. But if we go back and find room, like if we find like this 230 difference, then we'll probably take into consideration that 150,000 that we propose and we're gonna lose. So then we're only gonna look at like 100,000 to add back in. Did you email me?
I did.
Okay.
I think I did.
Was it the end of last week, Josh?
Last week?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did send that to me. Yep. I thought it was something new today.
No.
I'm sorry.
I spent lots of time this week looking at this other stuff, being like, what are the things? What are the things?
And there's a lot of things, right? Like we spot checked a few people, and like one of them was somebody that, like she noticed went from step 16 to step 18 instead of, well, on her data set, like it was a new teacher and payroll realized that they should have been on 18 or 17. So that's why it's a two-year jump on her data, but only a year on mine because I knew that correction happened. Whereas her data doesn't have that correction because her data is like a screenshot in time where mine's revolving every day. So that's the disadvantage disadvantage of the different data. So like, I guess I'm at the point now where if you guys can't get comfortable with that difference, then I think like we have to like I have to take the time and pull all the data and we start like with the same data. It's gonna have like all the new people. It's not gonna be perfect still because we're still gonna, I don't know how updated it is because Rebecca is new in that position. I don't know like if she's up to date on everybody that's left and everybody that's been hired, or if it's 2 board meetings ago. Another thing we data check, like we just spot checked, is that very far column. The, the last year's data has like, what was it 5 people on that far column, and we already know next year there's gonna be 9. And it's like a $200,000 difference in that one column. So like I said, there's just so many like things that have happened with people leaving, new people being placed on the scale. It's just hard to put like exact numbers in. What was your proposal to the base? You didn't move any steps, right? Or you did?
Actually, I did, and you have it.
I have it right, yeah. That was like a $3.2 million.
And for the record, when I was looking at this stuff and like looking at my own costing thing, like last week, like I found a thing in my thing where I was like, oh, this is like a $300,000 difference. So I have updated my costing thing.
So our, like without payroll taxes, your teachers was like 2.69 million.
So what would it cost, Jessica, if we did our steps and your guys' is 1,500 to the base without the longevity in addition to that?
Your steps and.
Yeah, I don't know how quickly you can
Can you
do
do that in the next 10 seconds?
Cause what did you, I thought you guys had
Yeah,
1,500 on the base.
Yes.
Okay, 1,500 on the base is what I just gave you that number. So the original, and maybe that's why 1,500 is in my calculation, did we talk? Maybe that's. Cause with your steps. So you would be at 49,000 on the base. Do you have your scale up, just to gut check one thing to make sure we're
Yeah.
like, column F, step 8, are you at 58,325? I just wanna make sure my.
Yes. Not just plus 15 yet?
Yep, step 8.
58,320.
Okay, so that is, let's see. That's the 2.6, okay. So you're saying reduce that 2,000 to 1,500. I don't think that's.
Yeah, I don't know how
gonna be
it's gonna
easy.
work with the steps, right? Cause that's the
Yeah.
difficult part, yeah. I do that.
That's
And I just copy and pasted your matrix N, and so you had made where you could just be going. I could paste it in again.
You're needing our base with $1,500 and like,
Plus the steps.
okay, so I just need to do this. Okay, cool. I was trying to problem solve what I had done. You just entered $1,500 as our base. which is not accurate.
I don't know that would pass.
Why is all of this negative all of a sudden? Okay, I'm gonna go put this in. I'm just gonna add, cause do you have the Google Sheet up that I sent to you last week? I'm just gonna add a tab.
Perfect.
A tab.
I'm really just asking to kind of get an idea of like,
Dollar amount.
yeah, what are we talking in
How
terms
much
of?
is it?
Yeah.
Like, maybe we're only talking about having to reduce it by 200 or.
Let's make it apples to apples.
Right, yeah.
If that's possible.
My internet's being slow.
No pressure.
I mean,
Just
you
all
have
of it.
Oh, is it 5 tabs open, which is a lot for you, so your computer's probably.
It's also,
Yeah, cause I don't know how much you
my brain is a
adjusted
little
your
bit slow.
steps. But like
They
our
adjusted
proposal
some.
was like 1,700, so I'm thinking if we do drop that a little bit and leave the step differences, then maybe that's where the.
And your cost proposal also had the longevity built in.
On one of them, yeah.
Like we can't, that's data we also don't have, so we don't cost longevity, adding to longevity, because like someone who's at step 10 may have only been here for 2 years, right? And so we don't cost those.
Yeah.
Because we
Just
don't
hard
have
to
that
pull out.
information. We don't know how long they've been here.
Yeah.
So we don't cost longevity.
That also makes it hard for us to like think about, okay, here is like a total amount. It makes it hard for us to think about like, are there ways that we feel would be better to like allocate stuff in versus like a proposal that has longevity stuff in it.
Okay, is it done? No.
I'm
It's
just,
all-
I'm just
Every
calling
step
it
is
five.
48.5.
Oh. It is.
Everybody,
Oh, that's
everybody
because
makes
it's adding
48.5.
stuff with zeros.
Oh, wait, no,
No,
I
that's
thought you said the steps. were-
Yeah. Everybody makes the
They're
same
like-
thing, no matter what column or section.
I saw a pay scale in outside of Houston. My friend happens to live there. I just like to look up salary schedule, kind of weird, but salary schedule was insane. Like new teachers made 57, but 20 years in the district, you're making 63.
Ooh.
I can see that
Okay,
more.
I fixed it.
Okay. So I.
Because they're adding in Texas especially, they're adding in bonuses.
Yeah, yeah, there was enough, yeah, I saw Houston's district has a wild salary schedule too. There's certain teachers that teach at certain schools
Yeah.
that get like 20,000 more than teachers who teach at other schools.
Highest in schools.
And yeah, as I say, depending on what school you're at, I can see that.
Okay, without payroll taxes, that gets us to 2.57.
So 1,700 base. Oh wow, that doesn't make much of.
That's
Change it all.
1,500.
Oh,
$1,500
Yeah.
on the base with
But-
your step variations that you changed.
So that doesn't change pretty much at all.
It was
2.64, right?
2 I think it was 2, without payroll taxes. Oh, that's what we just did. 2.57 still, guys. Okay, now. It was 2.67 or 2.69.
Only change $180,000. At least $300,000. Metro here.
Tell
We
me,
took
tell me
$500
what.
away from everybody. Times 600.
But then added in the steps.
Yeah, but the previous proposal was 2,000 plus steps, our same steps,
Oh.
and we're taking $500 off of everybody. Right?
That should be minus.
Never felt so.
Maybe the
far
steps-
Conversation.
Okay,
I looked at these spreadsheets.
Do we
I still.
transfer the steps where maybe
I mean, yeah, that's why
incorrectly?
I literally copied and pasted the whole chunk.
So like, let's spot check one, so like F8
Here, we
again,
can compare with the one that I had on the paper.
Okay, F8,
57,825.
that's $500 less.
F8.
H17, 68,200.
Letter my columns here.
Masters 45,
Okay.
step 17.
What'd you say it again?
68,200.
$500 less.
So this proposal, 48.5 as the base, is 2.572416 to be exact. The 2,572,416. If I go back and copy in Amy's other proposal. The $49,000 base, correct?
Yep.
Copy that. Six, or 2,689,327.
I go back to my algebra teacher in ninth grade, like, see, this is why people don't good math, it doesn't. Y'all are lying.
Okay, so what is the difference? 2,689,327. Oh, because the people maxed out at the bottom.
Hmm.
Would they still,
Still gonna get $500, but they're not gonna get a step.
if there's a
But the
percentage
steps
on
will,
those
like roll
bottom.
through. Like if we change any of the
percentage.
steps, if they're above.
But the bottom steps are a percentage, right?
Yes, but
So
but
that
the bottom
would
steps
be-
are percentage and then it's like
So it wouldn't be an exact $500
people on the bottom.
Yeah.
for all those
Yes.
people on the bottom.
Right.
So
Which
you
is a
can't
lot
just-
of people.
It would be more than 500,
Yes,
not less than,
yes.
right? Because it would be, if you're adding $500
What was the
extra,
first number for 2,000,000?
it'd be an extra percentage of that $500.
2,572.
So they would get a raise of $500 and 6.25%, so $530 instead of 500.
You guys are doing a great job.
Keep it up.
Okay, so let's
The grade is really strict.
spot check. Do the people on the very first. So at 49,000, A0. But that by the number of people on the step of 49.75, $500. So.
It's both of us here, she cleared it out. Sorry, I know, it's just really funny. I thought it said I thought.
Okay, so it's working on, let's like spot checks would be at the bottom. Let's use like masters, that big one. So on your original scale of 49,000. A master's at the bottom is 69,965. One or 48.5 scale, masters at the bottom is 69,448. That's not a $500 difference,
Yeah, it's
Right,
not gonna
so it'd
be.
the percentage, right?
but it's
It's less.
It's more.
69,965 minus
$517.
448. Yeah, 517. So if you took that times the number of people on the masters. So that's 4,136. Here's bottom.
was my question earlier. And continue. Sometimes.
Sorry, I didn't know how many years I was checking what my salary was gonna be. I was like,
Tracy's on her own.
This is like.
guys, my brain is really done with the numbers.
I don't know,
I tried to
yeah, I'm gonna
kids.
have to,
That's what I was actually gonna say, is like, maybe we need to,
like, if A0 is working and
all those other sales are working.
E21 is working, then what's not?
I'm perfectly fine, like I said, from the beginning, we know 100% you guys are all bargaining for good faith, like,
Yeah.
like, I don't know if you guys saw my update last week, like, I told all of our teachers, like, this has been compared to 2 years ago, so much of a better process dealing with you all. So, we are not in any place like thinking that you guys are bargaining in bad faith, we just feel like we're just not understanding the.
I also think like as the person on our team who like sat down and was doing most, like I spent so much of my time intervening, being like, why is there a difference? That it makes it hard to be like, okay, like in that time, it made it a little bit hard to be like, what is like a different path forward? Or like, what is like a path forward?
Where we can find-
It's hard to like,
She's got
what would I want to do, you know? And so it makes it hard to like.
She didn't come up
I
with
don't
another
necessarily have a
proposal.
proposal, like, I don't know that we necessarily.
Yeah,
have
like,
one,
I think I
prepared at this
can
moment.
justify the $230,000 difference with like different data, $500.
That's,
Yeah.
I believe you, like,
Uh-huh.
I'm 100% on board, and so, I'm good with taking some more time this week to like figure out these discrepancies, figure out where we're at. Cause yeah, I mean, trying to calculate the other table has gotta be very difficult.
I mean, it's just like a whole million, right?
We're not just putting you on the spot or.
So,
Yeah, there's just something wrong with the overall formula, because like I said, if the steps are working, there's just something's not adding. Can't even tell you what it is. So, yeah, if that's, like, we can come back and bring. I was just checking more. Oh no, it's bizarre. Yeah, so we can just look at that and then come back and say what we discovered, or
ideas.
I can get with Amy, but before then to tell her what I find and like, hey, this is what I was doing, or like, hey, this doesn't make sense. And then hopefully, at least the two of us can be on the same page before next
Mhm.
meeting.
Yep.
Does that work?
I think that's a good plan for it.
Okay.
Thank you for looking at the numbers, so I don't have to.
Real bad.
Yeah, Tracy already spent her couple hours on Saturday looking at it.
I really tried, I was like trying to be
She's done.
helpful and like my
You're trying to
head,
be helpful.
I was like, surely on the other side of eyes can't
That's
hurt.
kind of like saying, oh, bless your heart.
Right, yeah, I'm saying it to myself, like.
I mean, I sat there for 3 hours on Saturday. It's
Like they all
First
start to
person, like,
blur
where-
together.
hey, my spreadsheet did this weird thing. Why did it do that? And then like trying to trace back, like, and it's so hard when you have like numbers divorced from like identifying information and are trying to like.
In a
This is right.
perfect world, nobody would have left Drew.
Right.
Right.
Well, we still would have wanted Drew to hire people, though.
I feel like I after those hours do sort of understand what some of the numbers mean. So that's progress for me.
I feel like your team's proud.
I kind of understand when you guys talk to each other, I kind of know what you're talking about, which is
I
exciting.
think I'm
so.
also going to, like, while looking back, look at how many long-term subs they advanced to the A1. Like I said, I don't know that's perfect to leave them all at A0 either, because if they do
Sure.
get hired,
I
but at
agree.
least get an idea of how many they advanced.
throw 5 in there. At A2 or something. We go talk to our team, see what we wanna do next. Yeah. Sure. 10.
So 7:40.
Yeah. You can compare them side by side and like.
Spread out.
You have lots of big screens.
Well, I would totally, yes, if you're playing more of a hindrance than a help.
How much that would help.
In your $49,000 scale.
Yep.
The steps are all correct. In your $48,500 scale, you added an extra line for $63,245 in your bachelor's 30, the very bottom. You have a step 19, it should top in eight.
Pays good. One day.
So
a
if you
week,
take that step 19 off,
4.5, 5
the
hours.
difference
And-
between the two scales is 306,000.
And you liked it. And I liked it.
So,
Problem is, don't have
just drug it down too far. Yeah, I think it just got drugged down and copied one step too.
It's like if you drag and you go one, that's one too far.
So I guess the way that it works is it adds a step that's in a corresponding thing to the.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking about,
Fabulous, she doesn't drag anything.
thinking about,
There's 19.
so she's got two more.
She's got 19.
Oh, so this is on.
Just on the 48,500 scale, not the 49,000 scale.
You're on the BS 40 scale.
BS 30.
BS 30?
Push decks and just be like, all right, I can use it in my
Okay,
house.
so over here,
Self-propelled, I can use it in my house and.
So when I copied and pasted it, it added that extra step and it figured it off of that.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, cause you just
Yeah,
keep
the
going.
difference is makes sense now that it's $500 per person.
so BS 30 should have through step 18, right?
It could be 60%.
BS 30 should have, BS 30 should have, I gotta look at this because it doesn't line.
I'm telling you, like, I get.
The last, so it should end on step. I gotta-
Just to get like all the blood.
So BS 30 should end on step 17.
Okay, so this is, I think that this is actually related, because in there it's 18, right? I think this is actually related to the problem that I had found in my spreadsheet this weekend that was causing that problem, which is that I had accidentally deleted BS 30 step 18 in my original thing, which is why it doesn't exist on the one that's 49,000 that I sent you all last week.
So you're 49, which one's right?
So according to, like Levi's looking at the what page is it?
13. I had to step 18 in mine.
BS 30.
One of yours only has 7.
Oh. so-
Correct, that one's the one that's wrong. The one that has the 49,000, so.
That's the one that's one short.
So that's why.
Yes.
That's the one
Yeah, so when I
that's the one
copied and
that
pasted
Right.
it didn't have
Gotcha.
my identity.
So I fixed that in my costing thing, but then I didn't go fix it in the one that I had sent to you,
Just now.
right? So like I have, that's why, because I have it fixed here on the screen that I'm looking at.
Not the one
It
you
just wasn't on
in
the
your
one that I
Google
had like sent to you all last week, because then I put it in a different tab.
And it's not right on your Google Doc that I just copied and pasted right
Correct.
now. So
For
that's
that one, yeah.
Okay, so if
So
you,
that's the difference, and if I fix that, it's like, that's the difference, so that makes sense, divided by 600.
that would, well, yes, I agree that makes sense, but that's still with taking off that step, is there much of a difference if you add those steps back on so that they're even? Because there should be step 18.
It would be, I can tell you what it would be.
Tell me what your $49,000 scale, what do you have for your last BS 30 step?
63,755.
And on your $48,000 step, what is your last column?
On the 48.5, BS 30, 63,245.
That's the one that was missing, so when I did the comparison.
That makes sense.
Okay, so now let's do that. Okay, so the $48,500 scale is $2,572,416. And the $49,000 scale comes to $2,880,590.
So that's not 300,000 change.
Yeah.
You're an 8, you're an 8, 446.
Anyway,
You're an 8.
Yeah, 308,170.
That makes me feel so much better.
Me too, because I was like, $500 times everybody is done.
Right,
Right.
yeah.
Adding up to that. So that's fine, Okay.
All right.
But thank you, Jessica.
Yeah.
That makes total sense, because that's the thing that I fixed on my.
She just set you up for failure when she said you.
Unintentionally.
I know.
All right, so
Just glad we're not.
That's kind of how I feel.
This is another component to slumber party energy. You're too tired.
All right,
You just have to have
let's do
60
these people. My brain's shutting down real fast. Great morning.
So now that we figured out that helps a little bit, but what we would like to propose is one more proposal.
Okay.
All encompassing pretty much everything we have. For our amendment. And I just emailed it to you, Drew, and Josh. Okay, and that is no changes to number of contract days, to breakfast, lunch duty assignments. No change to plan time, nor negotiating before and after school contract time. What we would like to, well, the only changes we would like is in the email, but building administrators shall seek meaningful input from certified employees in developing the building schedule. The staff input should be gathered through appropriate methods, surveys, schedule committees, or collaborative discussions prior to finalizing the schedule. While final authority rests with administration, consideration of staff input is expected and valued in the interest of maintaining collaborative and effective school operations. And the second part, this is second,
Same section.
same section, but second proposal, is replace final paragraph of the section with certified employees are not required to complete work outside the duty day without compensation. Right now, they're required to complete work per hour.
Just eliminating that extra duty, that the 4 hours.
Into the top paragraph a little bit. What's the rationale for that, I guess? Are you talking like setting the bell schedule? Is that what we're talking
No,
about?
like the teacher's schedule, like collaborate with them on. And I think
Like when they get planning time and when they don't get planning time?
Yeah, whether a
When your
teacher could
recess
choose to
starts.
have math first thing in the morning or reading first thing in the morning.
You
As
know,
long as they have their minutes or.
'Cause there are buildings like,
the only thing I would say is some of that is dictated by your special schedule.
agreed,
Are we talking elementary only? Is this primarily where this is coming from?
primarily,
I'm gonna speak elementary because that's what I can speak.
agreed.
And we're talking fifth grade, we'll switch out, but I will tell you, for me, like, your building's a prime example. You guys have only got specials this time.
Right.
So it's gonna be really hard for you to be able to dictate what your planning time is, when there's a small window of time for planning time to happen.
Agreed, but whether a teacher has the choice, like, I hate math, but if you leave me to do math in the afternoon, I'm going to not be great at it. If I do it first thing in the morning, then I'm on top of it, I know my kids are on top of it, and it's gonna be good. Some buildings, the teacher doesn't have a choice whether they have reading first thing in the morning or math.
Like flipping math and
Right,
science or.
No, not science, cause science is
Right,
special,
but math and.
or subject only, yeah, math.
The other thing I would say, and I don't know that it's happening like this as much anymore, but historically, we tried to get the younger kids, the younger grades, you wanted them to do reading the first thing in the morning. Because there's a lot of research that says you want them to do that in the morning, so. While that may be what you want to do, it's probably better for your kids, depending on what grade you're teaching, that you typically have kindergarten starts with reading and then that kind of staggers through the day. That's how I always did it as an elementary principal. Kindergarten was first, then you did second, and you moved throughout the day. Because the older kids could handle having ELA in the afternoon, where the morning kids, you wanted them to get their reading block out of the way before lunch.
We purposely kind of left it like,
So,
not like, just ask yourself, like, make sure you're asking.
I mean, I think you can have conversations, but just understand that there's
Yeah.
gonna be philosophical views on that.
And that's fine. I can honestly say that in the 5 years I've been at Plymouth, that conversation has not come up once. That reading is best in the morning.
Yeah.
That's always how I did it, kindergarten. And the fact that your especially your little kids are gonna be more alert, so you wanna get reading and math done if you can before lunch.
Agreed.
And then you do all your specials and do all that stuff in the afternoon with them.
Yeah.
So your planning time's
Well, a lot
gonna be in
of-
the afternoon if you're
A lot of,
student.
especially kindergarten teachers like to do calendar time first thing. Well, that's a great segue into math. But if you're doing calendar time, talking about numbers, talking about days of the week, blah, 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 and then switching over to reading, that can be confusing.
I think, like, especially like teachers who've been doing it for a while usually talk to their administration anyways about things that they think would work better, but we just wanna make sure that.
And we don't
And
want
the other
anything,
thing I
All the teachers are getting a little.
And this is gonna be different for you, obviously, Amber, than it is for like Kate Hubert or.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Leo or-
yes,
But when you talk about Amber wants math in the after, in the morning, but Tracy wants math in the afternoon and they both teach first grade. You gotta have those together so you can schedule your PLCs and stuff too, so not everybody's
Agreed.
gonna get their way either.
agreed, and
Somebody's gonna have to call that jump
the
ball.
larger the building, the harder it is
Correct.
to do all that, but just input and collaboration is appreciated. That's all we're getting at.
Yeah. Just says you have final authority, rest of administration. We know that it's complicated. and stuff,
Yeah.
Doing schedules.
Just to have the opportunity to give your why.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that I was understanding. Because it's spell schedule, that's a whole different thing, but.
Yeah, not about schedules, and it is hard when you have specialist teachers, especially that you share with two buildings. Yeah, that time is limited and that time is set, but so like what we did this year, or I say we, Jillian and Suzette came up with 3 different options for plan times, emailed it out and we talk about tomorrow, I can't wait. But just input, just, hey, what would you like? Okay, now we can make a final decision. You know. Probably not gonna get the plan time I wanted, but just the fact that they asked was nice. Mhm.
Here's like your questions. Let's do 5 minutes, just be 5.
Little 7:57.
7:57,
7:57.
coming in hot.
Can we go into my office since it's not cold?
And you airplane.
The space heater in there.
I actually didn't since last time. I turned it to be automated instead of off.
I always say I didn't do it since the last time I did it.
Since the last time I admitted to doing it. Okay, there we go.
Here's our language. So I think the biggest thing, I'm fine with getting staff input. I have no issue with that. What I don't want to do is I don't want to create a lot of work for principals. I think the teachers may submit written requests for schedule changes to the administrator by March 15th for each year for consideration. The building administrator has the final authority over all scheduling decisions. That way it gives them a voice, and if the principal can make that work, that's fine. But I will tell you, for me, I could care less. And so I don't want to create a lot of work if it's only gonna be something that some teachers are gonna be interested in. And so then that way it gives them the option, if they wanna do that, they can submit it to their principal, and if they don't, then they don't have to. And so as long as we got a vote on March 15th, then they can use that to make decisions. And then the other thing, I think we're okay with eliminating the 4 hours. Just a couple, just language things I just want to clarify on that, because what I don't want to have happen, and you will be surprised how often this happens. I had to stay late tonight to grade papers, and so I want you to pay me for that. That's totally different than me telling you that you need to be here for family fun night, or that you need to be here for a music program. And so certify employees who are not, and also, you know, IEP meetings, we have IEP meetings. The sped teacher's already getting a supplemental contract for that, so they can't get paid twice. And so certify employees who are not already receiving a supplemental salary will become compensated for work performed outside the regular administration. So
So I will say, like, the way we wrote language was that with that in mind to stop those asks from happening. The way I read this, I feel like this incentivizes those asks to happen.
What's
Asks happening, meaning for work performed outside the regular duty day. Right, like, will be compensated for work performed outside the regular duty day.
Yeah.
It makes me feel like, okay, if I have to grade these papers at 5 o'clock, I'm gonna have to be compensated. Right.
but that's only if I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying?
Provided there.
So maybe
Also,
just
we
will
need
be
to-
compensated
attendance
for
is
work
required by
performed outside the
administration.
DD.
For your
Required
principal or somebody else
participation.
can agree that you have to be there. So
I see what that additional 8 to 12, I don't know what word I'm looking for, but I see what that was, the intent of that was. So.
there's a lot of things that we get down here that, and also on the 4 hour thing, the crazy things that we see that come through that. First off, administrators should be saying, no, you can't count that. That should be handled at the building before it ever gets to Jessica's desk. But we need to clean up some of those things, I think. There are things where I think teachers should get paid for, and there are things where, I'm sorry, if you screwed around all day and didn't use your planning time appropriately, and now you've got to stay after to finish whatever you need to finish, that's on you, you know?
Agreed.
And so
I have no idea how you all feel about this. What if we just deleted that paragraph? Of the 4 hours?
Had nothing in there.
Or whatever that line is.
It was page.
I don't know why.
What my brain says. 21 is correct.
Which one?
When there's words that people can
Yeah.
intentionally misunderstand them.
Certified employees will be compensated for mandatory meetings outside of the certified employees.
Well, we should put a
duty day.
period
Period
right
right
there.
there.
Yeah,
That's what I was,
well, we should put a period right there.
I agree.
Yeah, because we're saying mandatory.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just delete that exceed 4 cumulative hours on a yearly basis.
And then all compensation for time needs to be approved by the building administrator and the superintendent.
Yeah,
I think that solves that.
that's another thing that we can add at the appendix too, Levi. Freaking hate that appendix. Certified employees will be compensated for mandatory meetings outside of certified employee duty day. Period. I'm good with that if you guys are good with that.
I'm good with that.
Vote tonight.
Message my husband, we haven't voted on anything all night. We got my dopamine.
You had no opportunities to have your sound effects.
I worked really hard on Paris.
That whole thing.
He's all,
For it to be that loud.
he's, you're killing me.
They keep making me type that stuff.
Like the mother, when it's ready to, from the time for everybody to go home, she starts putting stuff up and stuff
I
here.
would get below that.
The other
Turn
one.
the lights out.
Oh, really?
Right.
I guess my next question is where are we putting this? And then negotiated agreement.
Oh,
I mean, I had plans to put it before this paragraph, but I don't think I changed it, maybe after, I don't know. In this section.
yeah, I
On
think
page
it's, I think that's
29.
still section, makes sense, I still think.
In the length of duty day?
Yeah, because it talks in there about duties and other otherwise assigned by the building principal. Do you think it should be?
Yeah, I think you could probably put it after, or put it right before the second paragraph. You know?
Yeah.
Because it talks about your rotation, your planning period and your rotational lunch duty and all that stuff. And then you could put that right after that, you know, teachers may submit.
How do you feel about it, Amber?
Read ours again.
Yes.
Say, where do you think Josh, or, yeah, Josh?
I'm thinking after the, or excuse me, before the second to the last paragraph,
Or during.
before the during such periods, that paragraph right before that would be where I would
Yeah, I feel like
recommend.
that makes sense. That's right after the rotational duty and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Huh, what did I do?
No, I laughed at the language just because our language vacillates quite a bit from formal law language to maybe modified from time to time to accommodate unusual circumstances.
I don't know, can we?
Depends on how late.
More that way.
Yeah.
Speak.
5%.
For what?
They were talking.
Oh, okay.
Focus,
Tracy.
I know.
This is why, I'm focused, doing good. We're supposed to stop at 8.
Sometimes I have, sometimes I write like.
And they keep going.
I maybe, listen, maybe
What's
this
that?
time I'll. They don't care. I'm
I'm gonna just start walking around.
That's funny.
Aggressive monitoring.
Aggressive monitoring.
You better watch it right now, kidding. Let's go. You're gonna model it for me at this moment.
Amber, eyes on computer. We're good.
Good. Let's take a vote, man.
Which one are we voting on?
First one right there, I think, we'll go to the next one, not that one, what's the one down?
The one in,
Oh, wait, I have them written down, I forgot I had them written down.
the one that is in row 4.
Yes, this one, right there.
Two different votes.
I just copied your language unless I made a mistake.
Looking at it real hard.
If you see it, I put a thumbs down over here.
I don't care. Levi, I need this.
She voted yes, and she saw four over here. She was worried.
Good enough.
I'm done.
I didn't even need to look at
Is that everybody here? Yes. Good.
Did our live stream shut off?
No, it's been like that, but it's fine. I don't know what the deal is.
Oh, that's because I didn't realize there was a board. That's why I was looking at Josh because he was looking straight ahead. He's going, looks fine. And I'm like, he's not even. Rude, looks fine. Not know there was work back there. I was like, people say, I'm not paying attention, but there's no board guy that's really
I've got
zoned
that
out
too.
over there. I need a speaker for when we have our signs. I need to be really loud. I just.
So,
This is just how I am. I use sound effects
So,
in my
at this
classroom.
point-
Great.
all we got left is grievance and.
I'm with this.
You guys are all right.
Drink my drink.
Right.
We we just asked, actually, it came to our attention that, did we ever, nesting and substituting during Planned Parenthood is yellow.
Yeah, I don't think we ever, I don't
Came
know
back
that
to
we
it.
ever even, we didn't on anything.
You guys were supposed to bring back a survey or something, wasn't that the one?
Yes.
We were definitely, I feel like I remember we were definitely. It is one of those.
So we will have to talk about that, about what we're supposed to do on that one. And I will let you know as soon as possible, Josh, about what we do.
Okay,
Okay,
Are you voting on?
so, but otherwise, yes, grievance, I'll bring language next week for sure.
okay, and that's pretty much.
Sasha, we just got it.
That's been- Okay,
Okay, so what do you want me to do on self? Knowing that
Yes, the purchase.
where we're at, where do you?
Well,
From here.
Start labeling.
Is there anything you need in order to make our costume somewhat viable to comparable?
Not anything that comes to mind right now, but also like.
Can you
I have
tell
too much of this
them,
thinking
which you
in
probably
my day.
have, what you said in the office, about all the differences? Cause I didn't realize you're talking like that many Filipino teachers.
Oh, yeah, like we talked about.
like,
Oh,
before
okay,
we
so
get
you're,
in,
okay.
yeah.
all right.
Would that be helpful to have the most up-to-date counts or?
I mean, like,
I'm awake.
yes and no, I think, right? And especially in the world where it's like we're comparing this to like, cause it is like a snapshot in time, right? Of like comparing it to a different snapshot in time. You know, I think that there is a world right now where like the thing that I probably need to like continue to like have like productive input on this is to have like a little bit of time for things to process, if that makes sense, like.
So much information and it just needs to.
Like there just needs like. So
I'll
I
wait
don't
on the
really
emails
know,
from you.
yeah, if I have questions that I think of or like what is, I will definitely reach out. I think that there's. Needs to be a little bit of time of like, okay, what.
Take a step away, don't think about it.
What makes sense to do, like,
Okay, I'll just wait.
if that makes sense.
As I'm going through the matrix as well, we never actually voted for Bridget minutes as well, because we were gonna talk about that. Is that for the salary schedule?
So we did vote on a no vote.
You're gonna go, so, yeah, that's fine. Whatever. The BOE proposal was no additional benefit to 25-26.
Voting against me.
Oh, him?
I used this earlier.
I was looking at our ground rules and it says the disruptive observers.
I'll handle it.
Like I got shook once last year and this year it's like, doesn't matter.
Down this end, this way.
3 being disruptive observers will be asked.
Oh.
I mean, maybe I think you and I are the only ones in the moment right now.
What did we vote?
I think
No,
no
it's-
change.
I was
No,
thinking
no,
of.
no.
See, you see that? It looked like. I mean.
Fringe benefit.
I should make sure.
We have a line.
I mean, there.
Yeah, look at your.
Russell's like
That's
this.
the statement.
We should get the drum line, drum line to be.
If you get anything, you're gonna say.
I was gonna go offensive coordinator.
Yeah, you just feel the whole.
We should also, since this is a required,
This was asked 3 times
by
different humans.
mandatory object, we should vote on the
You
hours and amount of work as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think you guys don't want to
Can you go here?
correct?
Yeah.
You want 15?
I know.
That would be okay.
Okay, so
Because it's
but-
already in through.
Yeah, we've talked about it. We've talked
Yes.
about
In
it.
place of.
Has-
In place of.
All right.
Should be okay with the 20
But
we have the, we have the.
Actually-
Drive.
I brought that up with some legislators.
And we are.
Work days have
But
to
when you
declare.
ran it, and
All right, let's vote on that.
Like,
one.
so, no, yeah.
Yeah.
We're not in the right.
Because
Because
Thanks.
the.
Yes.
Okay,
But
Amy
here,
here.
the watch.
Next one.
Hours and hours.
Very fun.
The 2022 ones for all buildings and all.
Debbie just.
Let me see, I gotta.
they're all done for approval. So. No, all the new ones, they have to get approved on.
She's gonna be.
She's gonna get sleeved.
We
It
need
was
it all.
random that it was random by people for random amount of reasons.
Paper, we say we got a lot.
I was like, I need such a.
Yeah.
And now she's got to
Like,
get up.
in reality,
These are They also think that there's like, well, part right there. Maybe I think. Yeah, that one.
Remember, this is our
Like, I think I-
proposal, this is their.
I think that no matter, what, you're always gonna, I think that you were always gonna have meetings, you're like, is that really getting anything done, but like, you're still making progress. It's that-
Feel like
It's just the progress in terms of.
Like when I like this the wind.
Yeah.
Tonight, I was pedaling real hard, but not, but I burned calories, so. It's about stuff. Radio PLCs where we were like.
You should say someone.
That's scary. Yeah. He's like, it's traveling, sit across from me. I'm just, you know, what I'm saying, childhood.
Yeah, I had to note that as a, like a low. I really. Yeah, like, our legal.
We first covered, like, talked about.
Like, there's no, there's titles, but nothing lead.
I don't know, whatever.
In our.
Right. So.
My phone has changed to dark and 37 bedtime.
We live in the country, so we live.
Traditionally,
With a local serious. How about Kingston, when you drive on the highway? You're 5 miles north and.
Just would never put the call.
I thought you wanted to.
Counts the drive. 25 miles. It's like 25 minutes from garage to.
But did you leave
I live in
before
the
at
country
6
too, it doesn't take
something?
me that long to get.
I left short,
I didn't know we had.
I left it like right around 7, so.
That's what I noticed. Yeah, no.
But when we had a hair rain, I did it, we were still to 7 for a very short stay.